What's crackalackin, folks? Welcome back to Factorio. Welcome back to the Pi mod suite. We have a look at our big factory right now after 82 hours. Man, time flies. I just remember how we started here with our original iron and copper patches and our first coal patch that's still chugging along. And now we're getting ready to build Cottonguts. I did a bit of stuff in between, but first let's try out something new. Let's play some music in the background and you let me know what you think of that and if it's too loud, too quiet, etc. All right, so I did a few things in between streams, just like maintenance stuff and simple things. The first thing was I scaled creamy latex, which you will probably think, okay, why did we do that when we're gonna scale latex today? But where was latex? Creamy latex, right? We had one of these. I doubled them because the high pressure furnace, or which one was it? One of these, this one I think, was running out of latex slabs. However, if we look over to our rubber, the latex providing capabilities are pretty low, right? We're completely out of latex and we need rubber for important things like lab instruments that make us plasmids, that make retroviruses, and that make cDNA. And cDNA is pretty important for us to get to more animals and later in the logistics science. I think we need plasmids for sure. Good, so I scaled the creamy latex. I added a quick rich clay build because I saw that we need that in science as well. So I just plopped down one little factory here, back here, that takes ash, mixes it with water and creates rich clay. Should be easy enough to do. The ash goes back out on the belt. So we have some use for our ash that is already a little bit overloaded belt, and we get rich clay. And it was just a simple one building operation, so I just threw that in as well. Well, when we made our trains and our rails, our locomotives, we didn't really make any wagons for them. So I fixed that issue and squeezed the 2 wagons right next to the locomotive belt. They need a lot of ingredients, as you can see. Intermetallics, brakes, shafts, small parts, steel, duralumin, titanium, and iron. And these ones also need storage tanks and pipes, but I managed to squeeze it right next to the locomotive. And we already have 20 cargo wagons and 20 fluid wagons, thank God. So we are ready to go onto rails soon, but I think I may wait till we have logistics science and get the elevated rail so I can use my blueprints that I want to use. And we might go for 2-headed trains because I really like that setup I did in my space age run, and that worked out pretty well, and I just like the looks of it. I completed the Religious build. So I added all the Religia buildings, I added all the modules, and as you can see, we're full right now. We're full on Religias, we're full on seeds, we're exporting them. I scaled the empty Petri dishes, because remember we needed 1.5 buildings instead of 1. And I did that over here. We had our empty Petri dish production here, and I added another one, which is currently out of molten glass. So we may have to scale our molten glass crushing. It looks like you are short on coal gas. Wow, we finally ran out of coal gas. So we switched these over to syngas then, which we should have. We are also out of syngas, interesting. So maybe acetylene. Well, we're out of syngas probably because we're out of coal gas. And is this still running full tilt? This is still running. So I think it is because we're using coal gas here directly. So we can fix that now. Do we have acetylene running right here. So we just switch those over while I'm showing you the rest of the changes that I did. I enabled the Religia seed export. As you just saw, we're got all the buildings in, we got all the seeds. So I enabled the exporting of them because we had all the modules in. And I completed the fish build. So I finally added all the buildings in here, all the modules. We produce fish eggs, and any excess in fish eggs is moved onto the belt for food for the Cottonguts that's coming up. So that's kind of all I did, just maintenance and building things. I prepared the buildings for our next build we need, and I still have a bunch of fish in my inventory that I could get rid of. We can do that when we're back in that neighborhood. But for now, let's switch this over to acetylene. And remove this because I don't think we're ever gonna use coal gas as a fuel then, given how really not durable that was. Is it backing up now again? No, we're actually using all of our coal gas now. And all of our syngas. Still have a bit in there, it's not completely zero, but I think the switch over to acetylene is certainly a better option, and it's already so convenient. So let's just do that. Move over to acetylene, we should have much more throughput now from the molten glass. This is running on gasoline, which we actually have a ton of now, which is very nice. And now to the big thing we're gonna do this episode is doing the latex build. I already talked about that I scaled the creamy latex, but given how much latex the rubber production needs, and this latex is kind of scaled for the science production only, so we wanted to add a bit more latex for specifically the rubber production, and that's what we're going to do today. Let me just walk back to where the latex build will be. We're going to nestle it in here in between these. We can remove these because, you know, they're not really doing anything and just adding fake numbers to our max production. And I mean, they're getting rid of the coke, right? That makes it all the way here, and I'm surprised it's so little, but we're going to try to squeeze it in here. And let's look at YAFC, what I planned here. So we want to make 1 latex per second. We need 10 high pressure furnaces for that. We're gonna do steam boiling with oil burners and use the acetylene for that, because acetylene is easy to make. And I also looked when we did the power generation, right? I took the coke and made power out of it, but I also can do the same when I make coke oven gas and actually make acetylene out of it, because I think coke is the only external input that we need, that we can't just make out of electricity, meaning like limestone and stuff like that, that exists without any additional input. So we're gonna keep that in the back of our mind as well and use acetylene as our primary fuel right now. So we make the latex slabs in 5 DDCs, the sodium alginate in 5 high pressure furnaces, the creamy latex in 8 washers, so that's going to be quite a bit involved, and then we need 15 soil extractors for that. I do not know if we have the sap production for that, but thankfully we started making the sap tree modules here. So we should have a few now. We should have, yeah, we have 56, so that's another 25 of these that we can build. We can maybe squeeze them in here, along here, up here in this area. So we can scale our latex production, our sap production quite a bit. And if we look here and add these, we're making, yeah, 1.25 sap. So we need to scale that sap up by quite a bit. We need to more than double it. So it may be worth just adding sap down here. And for 2 per second, we can just do the calculations here. 2 per second sap is 40 sap extractors that we need to put down just to get the latex going. So we may have to do that as well in this build. You can see in YAFC, 40 sap extractors to get 2 per second. There's no way to really scale this up other than with more buildings. So building these is going to be a bit of a pain, but it's going to be fine. So first, I want to start with our build. And I already put like the 2 guardrails we have here, the duralumin smelting and this here as a side guides. But I could probably remove this, but as soon as we're done here, we can expand to the right side as we feel. So we're gonna have only a little bit up here, and then we can use the whole space down here. So let's start building. We're gonna start with the high pressure furnaces that make latex itself and the steam. So we have 10 high pressure furnaces that we need to somehow fit in here. And ideally we do 5 like next to each other. Like this. So what do they need? We make latex here. So as input, they need the latex slab and steam. So let's make the latex slab be in the middle and the steam inside here. And we mirror that over and have the steam here and then just cross over here. And have that as an underground output for our latex, which goes somewhere to the right here. Then what else do they need? They need latex slabs as input. So we have 2 inserters here, and they only need 0.1 per second. And next to it, we can do our 3 oil burners that will provide the steam. So we make the steam output on top. Does that line up with this here? Yep, it does, I think. So we need 3 of them. And our water comes from the side. So we're gonna do one of these. And the acetylene will come from here. I'm just gonna put one of the magic providers here to get us acetylene in this test case, so we can try it out. So we need 10 of these, so we can copy this down 5 more times. So we have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. And we need to power them, so we put some power poles in here. That should cover both of them. And we can extend this up here and copy one of our magic power providers over here. to give us some power to test things. Now, this is the latex production. The next part, and the steam, so the next part is 5 DDCs to give us latex slabs. Let's get out the DDCs, and let's see how big they are. Where are they? Here. So we need 5 of them. We probably can fit them in here maybe, next to each other. And you're gonna make latex slabs out of sodium alginate, creamy latex, and formic acid. So we have 2 liquid inputs, and yeah, one is always gonna be on the bottom, which is kind of unfortunate, but we can do creamy latex in the middle here. And then we could potentially double this up for each of these and put them on the outside. And even span over to this side. Copy this over. All right, so it's 4 of them. We only need 5, so we only need to put that down one more time. We'll copy this over. Let's put down the last one as well. We might as well. Copy this as well and rotate it till we have this part as well. This should reach. This does reach. Perfect. And then we're gonna get out, go out here to get our what is that? It's called formic acid. Exactly. So the creamy latex is gonna be in the middle. We go down here and connect it here, and we can actually move it one closer as well to get them to use one single belt. There we go. And how much do you need? 0.2 sodium alginate. So we only need 1 inserter for each of these. There we go. We need power. This powers both sides, which is good. You can go across here. Can we connect this way as well? Yeah, might as well do that. A little bit of redundancy. Now we have our sodium, our latex slabs. Next up is sodium alginate, and we need 5 high pressure furnaces for that. And they have a bit more ingredients. So we can go now to this side actually. And you're gonna make sodium alginate. And you have stone and seaweed, and our limestone as input. And water. Water is not a pass-through, so we're gonna have to put that on top here. And then 1 central line probably for the limestone. And we can make 2 lines for the inputs and 1 line for the output. And we're gonna mirror this. Make this a long-handed inserter. And the output a normal inserter. And that should be it, right? We have 1 lane of limestone. We have a shared lane of stone and seaweed that we already prepared. So there's already a lane of stone and seaweed coming in. There's a lane of sap coming in, the acetylene, and we still have to figure out how we get the output out. We probably want to squeeze it. Oh, I think I already connected it. So the output is here. So we want to squeeze it through here. We can also redirect that up here if that's better, if it fits the build better. So that's not an issue. So this here is our output of the final latex product. Now, we need, I think, 5 of these. Yep. So let's flip this to be on the other side as well. This is our output. We can do that, fits perfectly. And our inputs, yeah, we're gonna keep the lanes full now. Do this. We don't need this lower one anymore. We're gonna connect the water here. So it goes around, and where do we have water else? Up here. So we could potentially steal that water. Oops, that was the wrong button. And we move this water back a bit. What is this? That's the creamy latex. It's getting a bit tight around here. I mean, we can move this over by 1. No, what is this? Oh, this is the formic acid, yeah. So let's put the formic acid here. That is also being provided from the outside. So we have now formic acid here in all of these, hopefully. And we're working on the sodium alginate, which also needs power. Like this. And these aren't powered, so we move another one down here, so we got power. Now, for the water, we just go over here and connect that up. Like this. And they now should all have water. Perfect. Now, stone and seaweed are coming from above, so we kind of need to try to squeeze one more thing in here. We actually have some space to the left here, so we can ignore this one and maybe move it over a bit if we stay right at the edge here. And that now will be 2 of these and 2 magic chests. They're going to provide us with stone, and the other one is seaweed. To make this work, and then we need limestone. And for the limestone, we need 15 soil extractors, and that's a shared belt with the creamy latex as well, the 8 washers below. We can put those 8 washers like somewhere here. Let's see where the washers are. We can put the washers like here, something 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, we can put all 8 here. These are like 7. Yeah, we should be able to squeeze all 8 here inside the bounds. But even better if we just put them in a stack of 4. Should be easy enough. So limestone's coming in here. We still need to do that. And then let's work on the creamy latex instead. So we need 8 washers, and you need sap and limestone as input, which can be a shared belt. So let's do that with 4 at a time. That seems a bit cleaner. And you're making creamy latex. Do we do this with... I think we output creamy latex on the top here. Hey KY, how's it going? How's your day? Creamy latex, I don't know what you're thinking, but this is purely scientific. Purely scientific creamy latexes. It's hot where you are? How hot is it? For us, it's pretty chill. It's 75, like a little bit hotter than usual, but not by much, so pretty chill. We're gonna do This. How much do you need input? 0.5. I mean, let's put 2 here just in case. If you're a bit slower. And we rotate that and mirror it. So we have 8 of them. We skip over this here and connect the water. And power comes in here. We can connect these as well. 99? Wow, that's a lot. That's really hot. Are you staying inside all day with that weather? I'm gonna have a splitter here for this, and then what is the other ingredient you need? Sap. So sap we're probably gonna make under here as well. And do we have any belts or something under here? Yeah, there's one of these belts, but we have a lot of space to the right as well. So if we copy this over right now, I'm gonna delete this because we don't want that in here. If we copy this over, yeah, we have tons of space to the right still. So we might do limestone below and sap to the right, like a massive sap field. We could prepare more of the sap trees, but I have to first build the whole sap buildings anyway, which is gonna take some time. That's low. So you're having a cool day, you're saying? Yeah, you can't go motorcycle when it's so hot. Yeah. 105, 106, 109, 112, 107, 103. Wow. So you're actually having a cool day. I don't know, were you complaining then? So we need 15 soil extractors to get all of this going. So this is 7. And we're actually gonna do it this way. Or are we? No, let's make it go to the other side. That's better. There we go. And we need to copy this on the other side. And add one more here. There we go. Good. Now they need to get powered, and we do that from the outside. They all have power, and they need to be set to limestone. And then we need to connect them with water, and thankfully, if we move this out by 1, we can route the water right through here. And down here. Perfect, so these are producing all the limestone we need for both of these buildings. And now the sap is missing, and we bring the sap in from down here somewhere. I think we probably can put the sap fields down here below as well. So how many do we need? I think we need 40 of them. That's quite a bit. Let's see where the sap trees are, the sap extractors. How many are these? These are 12 already, so we can fit 40 here easily. They all produce sap. Oops. Let's copy all 10 of them. And their output is to the bottom, and they only need electricity, that's it. Do they even need electricity? I think they do need, yeah, they consume electricity. But they're already covered from this lane up here. It's great. We move them like a little bit further up then. to make it clear that these are covered. And then we mirror and rotate them, so that's 20. And that's 40, and we leave one gap in between for electricity. And they should all be working. I could put in the SAP modules. I should do that right now to make them all start working and producing. I'm going to do that one further and do this. So you're the only one that needs the sap. We produce the sap that we need locally, and everything should be working. We have limestone. We're just missing, you're missing stone. How much do they need? 1 per second. So we definitely need, and 0.8. So we need to double these up actually. And even these need to be doubled up, so we get enough of it. We're figuring out builds. Yeah, no worries, KY. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Everything's going smooth in the heat, and you get time to cool down a bit. Right, sap should be coming in any second, and then we should get a confirmation that our build is actually working. And when we produce the first creamy latex, I'm pretty sure it is working. So let's just wait a second for the sap. And then we have a full build for all of this, for our scaled latex. Most of the buildings I've already built. I need to build the sap extractors, so that's gonna take a while to build this. But for the most part, we can throw everything down as soon as I, put down the blueprint. So I'm excited for that. So here we get the creamy latex. The creamy latex comes in here. Have we connected it? No, we have not connected it. So we should do that. Otherwise, it's a little pointless. And the creamy latex comes in here. That works perfectly. You need creamy latex. No, you only need the slabs. And we have no output for the slabs. Well, that is unfortunate. I should have thought of that beforehand. Would have been a good idea. So we do this then. We go around. Here and then in here. So with this we can use normal inserters, and for this we're going to use actually 90-degree inserters. And you're not running because you're missing creamy latex. Is that not connected? No, it's off by 1. That's why it's not working. All these little off by 1 errors. Always interesting / not nice. Then you are on the inside and the rest is on the outside. That's fine. We shouldn't have any issues with limitation of the belt capacity. All right, this is our build. We're ready to copy it over and start building. I'm gonna remove these, create a blueprint, and plop it down somewhere here. This looks good. And nanobots, go have fun. So that mixed belt is coming in here. The acetylene we bring in here. And the formic acid is over there, but we will bring it in. We can just make it go across That makes it a little cleaner. So that is connected. Do we have one of these? No, but we can make just one. Perfect. We're probably gonna run out of pipe, I have a feeling, but that's fine. And the output here goes over here. And yeah, we can just feed it down here, that's fine. So let's start with this here. Let it all be built. That's so nice when you have the nanobots do the fiddling around. I have normal bots now, but they're disable my nanobots, so I didn't bother enabling them. We're out of nanobots anyway. And we need to delete a lot of these trees as well. So let's build this up here first before we're all out of nanobots. And I can help them a bit. Some of the inserters and stuff like that. Good, this looks complete. Let's delete all these trees here that we can. Just gone through before and deleted all the trees. So the nanobots don't have to take care of that. But we're gonna delete everything that isn't directly in the way as well, because we don't need a forest in the middle of our factory. There we go. And there's more to kill. There we go. Back to the nanobots. We're still researching everything that is here in PyScience 1. And we're pretty much out of things to research. I already queued the most important technologies that I want to research once we get to logistics science, which is tin processing, because we want to scale our tin. We're kind of low on tin. So tin processing first, hot air stage 2 next, and then copper processing stage 2 as well. And then zinc processing, because zinc is becoming more important now. And we have very little of it. We still have the very first build we did, the first upgrade of the build, and this gives us molten zinc plates as well. And that might be things we put on the trains already, even though ideally I still want to wait for elevated rail, which we could potentially research first. What do we need to make them? They need into metallics, which is disgustingly expensive. Steel plate solder and refined concrete. So we might have to throw some refined concrete builds in there as well. But so tool belt first, so for more inventory space, and then elevated rails just so we're able to go onto rails and use the blueprint that I wanted to use. So we're building and building. These are looking good so far. We are going to run out of nanobots. Yeah, we're already down to 3. I could start using our normal robots once this is out, and we see how that goes. I don't have all 20 that I could support in my inventory, so maybe we do that now. Once the nanobots are out, we go and grab... Yeah, the nanobots are out now. Let's go to our robo production facility and see if we can get up to 20 in our inventory and then start using those more. I still have to put them into the trash slot. If I want to use these nanobots, it's kind of annoying. Even though I have enable in network turned on, they refuse to work once I have bots in my inventory. So where are we making these bots? Let's check, not that I run further than I have to. We make the bots all the way back here. So let's go grab them. Here, we're making them. There we go. How many do we have? We have 7, so we need 13 more. Yeah, we have 13 more. Actually, we only need 20. Cool. How high do they stack? They stack to 50? Yeah, let's make 50. Because we want construction bots to do our building as soon as we go on rails. So we want a few of them ready. How's our power looking? Still good, only burned 1 fuel container. And I can start hopefully building these sap extractors, and I need a lot of soil for that. So while we go back to get more nanobots, just in case, I will also pick up a bunch of soil and see if we can start crafting the sap extractors, as well as pick up all the sap trees we have. So we need overall 80. I think we have 53, so I need to put in a few more planter boxes. And can I make those? I need ash probably. So how many we have? We have 56, so we need like 40 more planter boxes, let's say. Let's pick up some ash for that. And some soil. And we still have for our very first science place. Over here we can pick up stone bricks that were kind of low. And we have planter boxes here, so we can just steal these. Not the stone. It gets really hard to only pick up what you want when you're on the asphalt. How many? It's 177, so we can make 177 more. And then we can only make 1 because we're out of iron. We don't need that much soil. But we're gonna take it for now, grab a bunch of iron and start making more of these. Oh, our inventory is full. Let's clean it up. We can make 12, so that's 13. We need more iron. Do you need small parts to make these? Air core inductors and potentially small parts. We still have small parts, we still have air core inductors. Let's fill up our air core inductors and get more small parts nonetheless. And then just plain iron. Yeah, we build as many as we can. So that's 25. Still need a few more. Let's see how many we can craft just with getting more iron. Quite a few. That's good. Okay, 7 is all. Now we need stone bricks. Good that I picked up the stone bricks, but we're just gonna go get the nanobots and see what the normal bots can do, how slow they are. I wish they could work together, but yeah, sadly they do not work together for whatever reason. I checked the mod settings. I have it set to enabled for... Oh, we only have... No, we have more. Have it set to enabled for when in network, but yeah, this doesn't seem to count as in network when you have the personal the Pyanobots on you. We turn on our network and let them do their work. And they're not that slow, so... Oh, we're out of normal pipe, so let's craft a bunch of normal pipe. And we probably want to cancel all of these. Well, that's great. I shouldn't have done that. That was a mistake. But we're gonna go back to craft 15 of these and pick up the mess we made. Sorry, robots, for me running away, but I need to kind of... It went everywhere. Alright, was that everything? Pretty much. Oh, there's still some dirt down here. Then we can make 5 more. There we go. 20. No, that's 20 now. Oh, and we already have 13. Good. So it's 38. It's not bad. We're almost at the exact point. Do we not have inserters anymore? Well, that's unfortunate. Let's grab some more inserters. We need belts too. I should have prepared my run back better. How's our guts looking, by the way? We have a lot of guts. I researched the atomizer. Let's turn that off here because I don't want you to put all these down. Not yet, at least. You can do that when we have the full logistics network research, and you can be part of our full network. All right, we need a bunch of belts. I can actually throw these down as trash chests. They're out of my inventory. We need probably a bunch of underground pipes. We need all of the straight pipes. We need all of the inserters. And we take another one of these. And then our inventory is completely full. Let's remove all the trash into the trash boxes. Like stuff that we don't need. We don't need that random wood. We don't need the stone, the logs, the ash. The soil can go. Well, let's keep that, but we don't need sap. Don't need the raw coal right now. Rest is building and stuff that we want to keep, so let's go back to our assembly site, our construction site, and complete the build of our latex scaling. I'm excited to have more rubber available. There we go, down next to our Rauks. Rauks are doing well. They're all green. They're getting slaughtered. Very good. I hope we do have enough formic acid for this build. Otherwise, we have to extend the Rauks as well. But for now, we're just going to go with this build and then deal with any issues that arise later in terms of scaling. We can scale the Rauks easily. We might have to scale moss as well. We already did. We have a bunch of moss, but it's not like it's backing up. Like we're actually using all this moss, which is crazy. Okay, one lane is backing up slowly, but that's it, right? We are using a lot of moss actually, so we might have to scale moss again going forward. The robots are slowly but steadily doing their job. I can help with the belts again. Those are easy to do. Good, yeah, keep placing everything down. Everything starts working, which is awesome. Do we have enough power poles? Yeah, we have 40 more. That should be good. And we even have these, and compared to nanobots, they're actually not freaking out. They actually put the modules in as desired, which is a benefit of these bots. They actually do work as intended. They can deal with the modules. I don't know why the nanobots aren't working. Like, they used to be able to do that, but they're having issues with the modules now. Maybe take a look at the code and see what's going on there and what it is trying to compare. It's trying to compare something, and it turns out it's a nil or something like that. What does it say? Attempt to compare number with a table and attempt to index local prototype a nil value. Yeah, so there's two places where it's not happy with what's happening with the modules. Why are you stuck over there? Oh, you just placed something random down that was far away? Good, good. Right, am I standing in the way? I'm standing in the way. So these are all we made. So we need to make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more. 6 more? I don't know what it just placed down. Let's look at the ghost delete thingy. We need 7 more of these plants. And there's still more to do here, it seems. Yep, inserters. Come back, charge up, and hop back in. Good, it should be running, right? All of this should be working as soon as the sap comes in. The seaweed is missing, okay, because I turned the belt wrong. That's fine. This has an output. So you should have your ingredients now, and you should actually start working now already. All right, let's make 7 more sap extractors. We actually can make Fauge as well. We need stone bricks, which is easy to do. How much iron do we have? And we're gonna pick up more iron. Stop doing that. I always need to turn it off when we go near the main bus. Charge up and hop in. So how much electricity does it use from our generators? A lot. So yeah. We need to refill that regularly. We can actually take them. Where do we put our refiller? Somewhere here. It's here, exactly. So it's kind of cumbersome to get these out. But we can start filling these 12 up with acetylene. And what else did we want to do? Right, get the stone brick. And get iron. We can make 5. We need a little bit more soil. 6, 7. That's exactly the one we need. We put back the soil. We have a bit more garbage in our inventory. Oh, and speaking of inventory, we still have the planter boxes, which we need to bring to the tree manufacturer thingy. Yeah, it looks good. We can craft... How many simple circuit boards do we have? 182, that's good. Here, we can put in the planter boxes, and it's going to make tree modules for us. Sap trees. And the 177 should be good for a while. How fast are you crafting? Very slow, so we'll come back later. Let's go back up to the highway again. These are just random boxes of stuff. Yep. There's more random boxes of random stuff that we accumulated but don't need in our inventory. And it should already be working. One thing I want to check is how much we're producing in terms of, or how many buildings we need. Let's go to Yafk and just check. How many buildings do we need to create the formic acid? We need 5 slaughterhouses, so yeah, we're not producing enough Rauks for sure. If we need 5 slaughterhouses worth of Rauks, 0.5 per second. Use this one, add Rauks. We need 80 Rauk paddocks and 5 slaughterhouses. So to me that says we absolutely do not have enough. How many do we have? I might have overscaled this build a little bit. We have 12. So we might build... Well, let's first see. I mean, if we're limited by formic acid, that's fine as long as we produce enough rubber. We have like 30,000 formic acid stored up. But that's another thing where we may have to scale Rauks. And do we have Rauk food already? Yeah, we have Rauk stage 2. And we can make it with Rauch food, which is cellulose, yuck, agar, yuck, tree seeds, fauge, moss template, and steam. So we would have to do fauge first. So yeah, that's something for later. Later scaling if we want to, if we need to. So we know the latex build can handle a lot more Rauchs, a lot more formic acid. And that's maybe something we come back to later. And yeah, wait, what are you outputting here? Oh, I output the wrong stuff. That's unfortunate. Let's see if we can catch it before it reaches the main belt. Nope. How far did it get? That's the question. But we have latex there? This is actual latex, and now we get the bad stuff. Oh well, cleanup efforts commence. So that was my bad. I think I forgot the output for these buildings. My bad. That's why I usually run it in the simulator thingy to see what's actually going on. But I was too confident too early that we figured everything out. Now we have to figure out how to squeeze in the actual latex output because we built pretty tight. Is that all now? I hope that was all. We caught it early enough. So I was just looking, this is the input and we don't have any output, right? Yeah, we don't have any output. So we need to squeeze it in here and squeeze it in here. You know, what's new? That's also why I installed the... No, we still have contamination. That's also why I installed Bob's adjustable inserters for situations like these where, yeah, I could rebuild the entire thing, but I don't really feel like rebuilding the entire thing just because I'm missing like a few spaces. How much did go through there? Jesus. Feels like it's still going through. Cut it off, right? Yeah. So this stays, I thought of this as being the output, which is obviously not the case. This is the input. I could move this one up and over and move the input here and then make this the actual output. I would have to clean up all of these, but that's fine. Looks like I caught all of them. Very good. Let's go back down here again. Fix our mess ups. So I like the input from the outside and then output it to the middle. So we actually turn this here. As far as we can, we'll do it with normal inserters. Now we go down here. There's some soil from my spillage still. And then here we all turn these around to be outputting. I need to clean this up first. And now we're doing the right thing. There we go, everything's working. I still didn't switch this over. Oh, you're outputting here. And you just all output to the outside and it's fine. You have 38, you have 100 to output, and you have 100 to output. So we cleaned this up. Quite a mess, but we'll figure it out. So you have input, you have input, you have input, you do have input. Move this. And you all have input. Then we make an input here and an input here. And you are missing this. Oh, yeah, because you missed it. Good. Fix that. Crisis averted. We got a ton more latex. We're not burning too much acetylene. 14 per second. The other ones aren't even running. Are they connected? No, they're not connected. That's why they're not running. There we go. Now all of them are running. And we should be good. You are full. Yeah, because you're still outputting the 100 I put into you. That's fine. This is working. You aren't working because insert is too slow. Yeah, insert is too slow. We might as well just upgrade to these ones and craft a few more. I'm trying to see where all the ones are. These are the important ones to upgrade. And these ones are fine. Yeah, so all of these are working fine now. Down here, there should be nothing to not be working. We can put the sap extractors down. We just don't have modules for them. Yeah, we don't have modules for a few of them, but we come back later and we put that on our to-do. But yeah, we scaled the latex production modules for latex sap. We can't forget that, but all the buildings are down, which is already a huge improvement compared to before. You are not working. Why? Because you don't have sap. Yeah, sap is coming. Yeah, we're not missing. I mean, we kind of miss like this whole corner here, but we'll fix that later. So yeah, this is latex scaled, way more production than what we have formic acid for, but we can then scale the Raux accordingly. This build wasn't like too big, and our formic acid production can be scaled. Maybe we do that on rails and then bring it back here, like a real big Raux build. Further down, maybe we just extend this. I'm not going to extend it to 80. I think this will go down all the way till here. We do have the space somewhat. The nickel ore is going to be in the way, but we'll deal with that later. We are completely out of formic acid now. We just went through 30,000 formic acid. That was really fast. And yeah, there it goes. This creamy latex build. So this is producing for the rubber stops, which we have enough of now. You just need fast inserters. What is there? A rock. Wow. There we go. More science production, and we have 7 in the output because the box is full. So we have stored a bunch of science, which is good. You have like 1 research slot for all of this. We could add more labs at this point. I don't know where I would squeeze them in. We could move this belt up by 1. Yeah, we could put 1 here with an underground belt. But once we hit logistic science, we're not going to have that much production anyway. We need more of the previous ones. That's why it's good to stockpile them. I'm actually going to stockpile more of this science. And for this, I'm going to do like that much. It's going to use a bunch of resources, but we're going to need it when we have triple and double cost for these. All right, we have fishes that we want to drop off for slaughtering. And you take 50. And you take as many as you can. And I put these into your output. Wastewater is voided. Hopefully all of them are running. We don't have radar coverage down here, so let's build a radar and slap it down here. Good, that was our latex build. Next on the list is fiberboard. So let's see, fiberboard. In YAFC, we need, for 1 per second, which is kind of what we should aim for, is we only would make 3 aromatics per second. I don't know if that's even worth it right now. We could just void the black liquor and the tall oil at this point. It's just so little. I don't think it makes a difference. If you look at the game, how much do these make? Where's aromatics? Here. This makes 25 per second, and we would add 3 a second, which is really not much. We do have more aromatics now. They're adding up. We have 140k, so we could scale our plastic production. But what we did to generate more aromatics worked. The polybutadiene has plenty of aromatics and titanium plates. And we have 40,000 stored, so that is not the limiting factor. Carbon black shouldn't be the limiting factor. Somewhere here, down here. Here, carbon black we have a ton of, and latex is really the only limiting factor here. But yeah, it's backing up very good. So we're making we're making a quarter a second. So 1 rubber every 4 seconds. We could scale this. We could put down another heavy oil refinery. If we can make one, we cannot. What are we missing for a heavy oil refinery? Just iron plates, okay. Yeah, it's annoying to fish them out from here. Let's go back. So let's put another heavy heavy factory there. We know we're not gonna do 1 per second in latex, so 2 of them, maybe we can do half a second latex. That would already be good, but we will see. The other thing is, I hope it doesn't disrupt our science production, but it can take from the latex that is on the belt as well, so it shouldn't really be an issue. And we can make a heavy oil refinery, and let's collect some more iron because we need it for everything anyway. And while we're here, let's just craft what we need for the next build. 2 of these. We need 2 pulp mills, 2 oil burners. So we're the oil burners, 2 oil burners, 2 pulp mills. Which we can't make because we need wood, really. I'm sure we have logs somewhere here. Yeah, there's logs. One pulp mill, and we need iron, probably simple parts. And stock up on the air conductors. We need still more iron. Let's grab more iron for future use. That should be lasting a while. The remaining logs I don't need, nor do I want them, so they should get out of here. The stone, the soil. Carbon black we don't need. I don't even know how I picked that up. Maybe because I ran over belt. The one random latex. I mean, we're going there anyway, so might as well input it then. Let's build another heavy oil refinery. Simple circuit boards. We have 69. We kind of want more. Let's make 169. Our incubated petri dishes are stacking up nicely, so that's good. Yeah, with spoilage, all of that would be bad already, which is kind of rough. And here we are. It's gonna be a bit tight. I'm gonna move this over by 1 so we have space to get the belt through. You do this, you need power, you say. You shall get power. Oh, that's one too close then as well, obviously. There you go. Get an inserter. You have power, you're missing polar boot to die-in, which we just connected up here, right? We have a straight pipe there, so we're gonna... Well, we don't have any more straight pipes or normal overground pipes left. But we're gonna route this here. Move this one down. And there we go. You are working as well now. How's the latex looking up here now? Yeah, it has quite a tail behind it. It did produce 1 a second for a bit when we had the 40,000 formic acid left, but then now it's gonna slow down. So we'll write that excess blood. We have everything. How are you looking in terms of how full you are? You're getting very full. I think we want to squeeze another warehouse in here. And reroute this. Manure, you know, it's fine if it stocks up. We cannot make a warehouse because we need logs, really. Any trees here? Yeah, plenty of them. So let's get some trees. One warehouse. Very good. We put down another one. And fill this one up as well. There we go. More storage. And you're full on meat. We're just not using enough meat for the next lit farming. So we have tons of meat now. We need to look at how to get rid of all of that soon. Good. I need to banish you so our nanobots work again, because I want to get rid of all of these trees. Yeah, I wish these nanobots would work when I had normal bots on me. They're just way more convenient than even telling the normal bots to clean it up, even if the normal bots would be much faster, because then you have all the garbage in your inventory forever. So we'll see. Let's remove the rocks. More garbage in my inventory. Oh yeah, the one latex I wanted to drop off. I forgot. But now, fiberboard. 2 pulp mills that take treated wood raw fiber. We still need to do the raw fiber as well from wood. We need 7 wood processing units. Great. All right, let's start with the 2 pulp mills. And you make fiberboard. Yeah, you have a lot of outputs. You can do this and this. And we make these the oil burners. Connect the steam. Now we need water. Do we have enough stone to make these? Yes. So we put one up here. I guess we go up by 1. Tidal power stage 1 research. Let's do cooling tower next. And then we're close to being done with all the research for PyScience 1. I still don't have any? Didn't I just make a bunch? There we go. Okay, we have steam, tall oil, and black liquor are just gonna get voided here. Let's see here. Get out. Get out. You need 2 belts of input, and I have 1 belt of output. So we're gonna move this a bit over. And you go here. Put these down. All right. So you have 1 belt of output, which is the fiberboard. How much do you produce? 0.8, so you actually need 2. And 2, and one of you is a near inserter. And then this one can be moved further out. It's fine if it's max distance. Now we want treated wood, and everything else needs to be made. So let's start with the sodium hydroxide, which we need 1 electrolyzer for to make chlorine. Did I make an electrolyzer? No, but I can make one. So we have 1 electrolyzer here that makes chlorine. And we're going to have 2 exhaust pipes to get rid of the chlorine and the hydrogen. You go here and you output the sodium hydroxide here. How much do you output? 1 per second. You have long-ended inserters, and because it's half of it, we're only gonna need 1 inserter for all of this. Good. Now you need salt water. Stop doing that. Where is saline water? That's the question. Let's find it. That's molten glass. Saline water is here. Now where am I? That is the next question. Okay, where the acetylene is, I marked it. Yeah, that's still too far away. Where is the acetylene? Here. Oh, I'm literally standing on it. Good. This is the pipe that I need to connect to. Now we just need to bring it all the way back there. Let's see how many underground pipes I have and if I can reach it. Would be nice to reach it, but I'm not confident I have enough materials. But we found the right lane, so that simplifies things. I made it to the Augs, I believe. We have another 50, very good. How many do we have? 100 in total. Yeah, we might make it. Oh, we need a, well, we put in pumps when we are at the other side. But we know we need a pump. Do we have one? We do have two. Let's craft another one. So we always have two in hand. If we do not have the materials to craft them, it's not going to be as big of a pain. There's saline water. All right, where are the points we need one? We need one here. Good, let's walk over there. With the pump at the ready. Okay, here we need to put it down. My pump. There we go. Why do you still say? Oh, we still need another pump. That's fine. Now we're out of aluminium. Let's run in one of the belts. Yeah, we need another pump in this long ass pipe network. And we made it almost. Twitch is giving you a hassle now, Crisco? What's happening? You can't watch anymore? Or what's the problem? Hey guy with gun, how's it going? Keeps not loading? Oh, that sucks. Sorry, Crisco. All right, we need some normal pipe. Did you try resetting your browser? All right, you need power. We get sodium hydroxide. You need power as well. Give it to you on this side. Oh, I'm out of. Guy with gun, I wouldn't start with Pi. I would maybe start with something like Crestorio. That makes it, and Angels. that makes it a little bit more complex, because Pi is like a commitment to like 1,000 hours. So, I mean, if you think you're gonna have that stamina, you can start with Pi. It's not much more difficult. Just the chains are gonna be much longer. So keep that in mind. It's a very long game for you if you want to beat it. But you can even play parts of Pi. There's like a chart for Pi, which ones work. You can start just with Pi Coal, and then there's like Pi High Tech or something. Alien Life is, I think, one block, and Alternative Energy is what I'm playing, is like everything. Don't cry, Crisco. You can stay here. It's okay. No problem. You don't have to go to Twitch. Treated wood is the other one, and then raw fiber. So actually what we can do is always insert it in the inside. We can get treated wood here. And treated wood is already here. Very nice. That's another thing I did in between streams. I got the you actually need to come from this side. I brought all the necessary belts forward, so we don't have to do that on stream, because that's boring. Oh, nice. What do you think of Factorio? Like, if you like more complex stuff, let me see if I can find the different Pi. Max graphic. Yeah, if you go to... If you go to this and look at the first graphic, it shows you... We can go to the browser real quick. It shows you which ones you can play. You can either play Pi Industry and Pi Coal Processing and Pi Fusion Energy. That's one. Then if you wanted a little more complex, you can add Pi Raw Ores, Petroleum Handling, and High Tech. And then if you want, what I'm playing is you add Pi Alternative Energy and Alien Life. So you can start with just Pi Fusion Energy, Coal Processing, and Pi Industry, and see how you like that, because that is like a shorter Pi run that doesn't take, 1,000 hours. And then once you like that, you can always add the other ones on top and have a new run with like everything included. If that makes sense. All right, we got treated wood, we got sodium hydroxide, now we only need raw fiber. And for that, we need 7 wood processing units. Can I even make any on the spot? Where are they even? Wood processing units. I can make exactly 0 because I need logs for that. Well, let's get logs. I mean, there's tons of trees. Let's get them here. I have a sneaking suspicion I can't make 7. Let's turn the tree killer off for a second so we can actually collect them. I am on the way to logistics science. So after 80 hours, I'd say it's gonna take me probably like 100 hours to get to logistics science. If that tells you something. So we're at the 2nd vanilla science pack. We're not even at the 2nd vanilla science pack. And we researched this much, and this is what is still to come. Yeah, so we researched less than 10%, I'd say. So there's a lot to come. And after this, there is also, the next one is Pi Science 2. After logistics, so Yeah, not even on green yet. It is crazy. It takes a long time, but you know, I like the variety of all the builds you can do. Or we can make exactly 7. I think we need 7, right? Yeah, we need 7. Perfect. Now, where do we put them? They need an input as well. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We can do that, and you do this. Your input will be here, wood. How much do you need? 1 per second, so you get 2. And when we get wood from here, where is wood? All the way up there. Good that I brought it here, otherwise we would have to hunt it down again. No, there's no like cheating. You play how you like it. Like I installed a bunch of mods. Like you can look in the description or in the video that I made. You know, I have nanobots and stuff like that. You know, there's no cheating. You play how you enjoy the game. And, you know, I think it doesn't really matter what you install. Like I saw Crydex play with Factorissimo. It keeps the factories like nice and tidy and clean because you can compartmentalize them nicer. So there's no such thing as like cheating with Pi. Like you play it the way you want to play it. So like I don't play Pi for the challenge. I played because it's just fun to explore all these different chains and build like these long chains and scale things and stuff like that. So that's what I'm playing it for. I don't really care about saying, oh, I beat Pi hard without any other mods or stuff like that. You know, that's not important for me. But you can play however you want. I'd say, you know, if you set yourself a challenge to play something like without Factorissimo, do that. If you want to include Factorissimo, do it. You know, it's a very long playthrough. You're going to be here for a while. So it only makes sense to do something that you actually enjoy. And yeah, we're gonna sneak through here. Little spaghetti. Can go one lower, that's better. Okay, once wood is coming in, and now I need to give them some electricity. And we can connect them here. These should be working now. Right now I'm working on getting, the next big step is getting to Cottonguts, which is one of the animals that are necessary for logistics science, the green science. And then we're very, very close to logistics science. So logistics science needs battery. We have that already. Animal sample, we have all of that, and we have plasmids automated, so we can do that. Poor alien sample, we have all of that. We have Relisias. Ground sample is just rich soil and clay, we have that. And solidified Sarcoas needs Cottongut. So that is the last thing we're missing, and depolymerized organics, which is just liquid manure and subcritical water, which is just pressurizing water with biomass. So yeah, we're missing Cottonguts, and that is what we're working on right now. And then we have pretty much everything for logistics science pack. We still need to build it, But we have all the ingredients that we need once we automate Cottonguts, which isn't simple in itself. So yeah, that's why we're doing this, for example. Oh, this is the output belt. Well, we're gonna output it. Out here then. And then we can't input it. And let's do this. And this stays the output belt. And you take everything out of my inventory. And then you go back to being normal inserters. One of you inserts on this side. Good, what are you missing? Steam. You're missing steam because we don't have acetylene yet. And we're out of pipes and we're out of iron. Is this iron here? Because that would be ideal. Looks like this is iron. Good, let's make some of these. There we go. And now we need to find acetylene. Yeah, it's quite long. I can show you from our old playthrough the bus we built. It's not capturing the browser. Why does it not capture the browser? There we go. All right, here is my last playthrough, and our bus started somewhere here. And then went all the way up here till we get to our first mall. This is where we got to logistics science and had logistics robots and then started slowly going on to trains. And this one is like 150 wide or something like that. So yeah, these are all the ingredients that were on the bus that we shipped in, and we brought it all the way over, you know, from all the belts. I think this is ash. Yeah, this is 4 belts of ash that are sent back for processing. 2 belts of coke. No, it was, yeah, coke, I think. Coal dust. Yeah, there's a lot in here. And you can see how much that belt will grow over time. So we're gonna get there. I have no doubt. All right, let's see if we can find acetylene. There it is. And yeah, I built much slower in that build because I was playing with a friend. We were messing around a lot. We switched our train system twice from the one that's, I forgot how it's called, like internally it's called PubSub, to LTN, then to Cybersyn. So we were messing around a lot. And yeah, that was 1,300 hours that you just saw. Good, we got fiberboard. What is that used for? It is used for formica, and starch. So with starch, we're gonna do it like, keep it locally. We're just gonna split it off if I had a splitter. And what does starch need? starch needs fiberboard and powdered relesia seeds, which we can make in a pulp mill. All right. Let's do that then. So that's the fiberboard that's coming in. Then we need relesia seeds that get powdered. In the meantime, I bring that onto the bus. I turned off pollution because there's no biters, and it just takes UPS to calculate it. I'm pretty sure I turned off pollution. Yeah, I turned off pollution. There's no point in having it enabled when you play without biters. It just costs UPS. But it wouldn't be so bad. A lot of these buildings, like all the animal buildings, might actually reduce pollution. Because they could consume some of the CO2 or some of the pollution. Let's get rid of that while I'm here. God, so many rocks. All right. Back to starch. Starch is made in... Oh, it produces biomass. Interesting. So we can burn that. Do we need biomass for anything in the Cottongut food? No. So that biomass we kind of have to burn then. Because there's nothing we would do with this. So we have to burn the biomass. And we need biomass, we just make it out of wood. Anyway, this is a solid separator. So let's grab a solid separator. Just kidding, we need steel. Now while we're at it, let's just throw it into... we produce 1 fiberboard per second. And we want to produce starch. I think I just do 1 building, but I want to know. This one. So 0.33. So if you use 1 solid separator, we need 2 pulp mills for the relesia seeds. And that's already 5 relesia seeds per second. That's insane. And biomass, we're gonna get rid of it. A consumption recipe, right. Can we make flue gas out of it already in a gas refinery? If you can do that, that would be... Yeah, we need 1 gas refinery. And then we vent that. Let's say if the gas refinery can actually do that. Gas refinery, can you? Yeah, we can make biomass into flue gas. So we're gonna use that. Good, let's go back and build all the things. And we're gonna use more caravans as well. Yeah, we're completely out of latex already again. God damn. The rubber situation is in dire straits. Even science doesn't get enough rubber or latex. Or maybe everything goes into science because we're stacking up a lot of these in preparation for the next science pack, where the cost for these triples and doubles. All right, it is what it is. I think formic acid is probably what is the limiting factor. Yeah, no formic acid. So we would have to scale Raux. We could scale them a little bit for now. We could stop slaughtering them to get more modules, but yeah, let's do that later. Let's add scale Raux to that. And let's build all the buildings we need. We needed steel. Still have some small parts. Let's add a few more as well. Yeah, not all of them, but a few. We have plenty of air conductors. We could use more here. We can always use these. House with, yeah, we use these and put the 24 back. Belts, let's fill it up. Undergrounds, we use another stack. There we go. How's iron looking? Okay. Probably not for long. Let's put the 21 back. That's about, oh, we need aluminum too. So now, what are we crafting? A solid separator and 2 pulp mills, 1 solid separator. Where were the pulp mills? 2 pulp mills, and then 1 gas refinery. 1 gas refinery. All right, while these are crafting, I'm gonna take a quick break, and you can take a look at our augs doing their thing. Not that they're doing much, but you see them bearing at each other. All right, be right back. Don't go anywhere. And we are back. All the buildings crafted. Back into alt mode so we can see all the recipes. And move my standing desk up. I don't sit all day long. All right, we have more to research. The next one's a turret upgrades. We don't really need the projectile damage. Yeah, we can research these. Let's go for that. Very good. How many simple circuit boards do I have? 148. That's good. All right. Now, next step is starch and then into cotton gut breeding, cotton gut food, and then into cotton gut breeding. And they need a bunch of moon drops, and I already brought some moon drops for the initial food requirements. Oh yeah, we didn't want to go over the native flora. That's why we have that hole there. All right, let's get rid of all these trees here. And the fiberboard we're exporting starch, I don't think we'll export because it's pretty easy to make. Relesia seeds are on the main bus, so we can just always make starch locally unless it's used for something very soon. Let's fill this up because it's going to be in the way. Fill these up. All right, well, these are going to be in the way in a second, so let's just fill them up. Get them out of the way. Good, more trees that should die. Shooing Hector, my cat, away from behind the monitor. All right, so we have pulp mill and a solid separator. Solid separator is making starch out of fiberboard. And you take 0.33 per second. So take fiberboard and powdered Relesia seeds, which we're gonna give you from this side. And off my main chair, Hector. Now, powdered Relesia seeds we get in the pulp mills. And we powder them here. We need power as well. We do this. How much do you output? 0.25 per second. So 1 is fine. Insert on the inside here. And then Relesia seeds come in from here. I think, yeah, 3.75. Let's just do this. Now let's find our Relesia seeds. Get rid of all of these. There we go. They're somewhere up here. Where exactly is now our job to find? And oh my god. All of these. We need to cut down. Here are the Relesia seeds. Move all the rocks and everything. And we are here. And we need 7 per second, so we can only take half a belt. And then all of this should be connected to get our Relesia seeds down here. And that's all we need, I think. So now let's see what is starch used for. Oh, right, and we get biomass. And we output this on the side. So here we filter by biomass, and here we filter by starch. Now, starch, what are you used for? Workers' food. Okay, made with basic parameters to enter workforce creatures. It's somewhat edible for humans too. It would get rid of guts for us, but what is the workers' food used for? Can these use workers' food? Gigasaurus. Yeah, workers' food, 8 ores. So you could make workers' food now and use starch for that. So we could throw it onto... That would reduce our meat consumption, but would let us get rid of blood, skin, lard, and guts. Especially guts, because guts are just accumulating for us, and it's not too expensive to make it. So we could consider that. If we want to make it so... We could throw it onto the bus and for future use in food. Rock is in the way. Get out of the way, please. Or I will make you go away. And it's right next to the fiberboard. How fitting. And those were all our release seeds. Yeah, we're not making 0.5 a second, like anywhere close, or 5 a second, anywhere close to. But yeah, we'll see if we have to scale releases as well. We're gonna start with a few Cottonguts. I think probably 1 reproductive center, and that's our starch that we bring over for our Cottongut food, which is up next. I think for that we just need a basic assembler, which is still annoying because we need to feed them fuel. There we go. I mean, I could make it a fancy assembly machine, but they're expensive. Can't even make one. Any gearboxes and shafts, which are expensive to make and not worth it for this one. It's better just to deal with the coke. This I bring back. Oh, right. Biomass. Where's the gas refinery? There it is. And you make flue gas out of biomass. How much do you make? 1.66, so we need actually 3 of these. And you need power, understandable. And then we need a exhaust pipe for the flue gas. And did I pick up... I picked up starch. How much starch do you make? 1 per second, so we actually need 2 of these. You're not filtered as well, great. That biomass. There we go. Good. Now it's working, should be working. We're not gonna make a lot of starch, like, because we don't have the Relesia production to keep it up. But we have starch. Can put down 1 of these to make Cottongut food. And you need steam as well. Where do we have steam? We can use that steam from over here, I think. You want to add another oil burner? Probably not. Or do we make our own steam? Can I make an oil burner? No, I'm missing iron. What else? Let's grab some iron up here. Let's make another burner. It's all fine. Another water source. Connect this. We can connect the acetylene right now as well. Question is, where's the acetylene? Further up. Oh no, I didn't want to do that. No. Yep, here's the acetylene. There we go. Acetylene connected, tons of robots lost and Nanobots lost to them putting down belts. Right, you need Relesia seeds, which we have here. We can just take some here. We can make this. Let's make this a combined belt right away. And have a long-handed inserter for those two. Starch and Relesia seeds. We need seaweed and tin. Get that from here. Get these out. All these trees, yuck. So the tin is here. Let's bring that forward. Oh, we're out of belts, great. But we have belt production right here somewhere. So that's good. We have no belts. So no rubber, no belts, no transport belt production. So we wouldn't have to scale rocks for that. Tin and seaweed. Seaweed is down here. Tons of rocks in the way again. And this is our entry point. Expand these. There we go. Need more splitters. There we go. It's seaweed and tin. Steam is there. Relesia seeds is there. We're missing fuel. How? Oh, we moved over by one. There we go. That should do the trick. All right, now you just need power and ash. So where's Coke? Where's Coke being seen last? Or let's use, yeah, that's Coke. And given the state of our Coke power plants, I'm not sure how long Coke is surviving out here. To be honest, I might use a fuel that is already depleted by the time it gets here. So it's this belt. And we should change it to be a priority splitter. Ah, did I lose the lane? Wait, wasn't it here? Here it is. There we go. Okay. That should do it with the Coke. And then ash. Where's the last time we had to deal with ash? Over here, I think. So this is here. And yeah, with ash, we're just gonna go around the bottom. There we go. Around the religious too. I can't span them, right? Yeah. That is rather annoying. Just to get the ash out of the way. Would have made sense to put a burner there, right there. Or just put ash now on a... Yeah, it would have been easier just to go on top, but oh well. Or just have a global ash belt again, where we can return our ash instead of this finagling around, but oh well. You need seaweed. And then you output cotton gut basic food to here. Good, fiberboard done, starch done, cotton gut food done. No, we need tree seeds still. How do you squeeze tree seeds in here? We can do here. For tree seeds, we need wood. And obviously another assembly machine. Tree seeds takes wood. How much? One wood, 0.8. Oh, we only have one anyway. I wonder if I brought forward the wood as well. Oh, we don't have any undergrounds? We are making undergrounds down here, so that's good. I need more belts again as well. Good, let's bring this up onto to the main bus. This is the food. We don't need that on the main bus. That just goes over straight to the cotton gut breeding. And then wood. This is wood. Perfect. There we go. Let's make it a full belt. Hey Velisar, there are no I mean, I have the capability of making locomotives and rails and everything. I'm currently, and welcome in. Thanks for stopping by. I have the ability to make locomotives. I have like 11 of them. I have wagons, and I do have rails and signals. Where are my rails? Like a bunch of rails here. I probably could add another chest of rails, but we're not on rails yet because I think I'm going to wait till I have elevated rails so I can use the blueprints that I want to use, and then we go from there on. What are you struggling with your trains with? All right, cotton gut food. Working. That was a birth and a half. Now we need to create first basic cotton gut food at 84 hours. Yeah, it's been a while. And then we need the first Prandium labs. And this is for cotton gut stud cups. This is where we can put our 2 cotton guts in and 1 module. Then we need seaweed, fish eggs, and food. So you get food. And then we need the second one. Hope we can just put it right next to it. Cotton gut studs. So you make studs, maybe a stud, cotton gut pup, and stud pup. And we need the stud pup, right? Yeah, we need the stud pup. What we put in a chest is the cotton gut pup, because we only deal with that later. Yeah, I think the best tip I can give you, don't just rebuild everything on trains. Like, keep your base as you have it and just add new things on the rail base first. So for example, my first Logi Science tech will be tin processing, hot air, and copper and zinc. And what you can think of is, okay, I first gonna get tin and tin processing and everything I need for that, like borax, hot air, stuff like that. I get all that onto rails, and then I get copper on rails, and then I get zinc on rails, and you feed that into your existing base. And then you kind of try to build your base towards PyScience 2. And then once you get to like PyScience 2, you backfill a lot of things anyway, right? You need to make moss, you need to make seaweed, you need to make rauks and at scale, stuff like that. So you slowly add to that. What I did with my first big base is I was like, okay, we hit trains, let's rebuild everything on trains, and you're gonna burn out doing that. So I wouldn't suggest doing that. I would just supplement your existing base by bringing stuff in that is made on the train network, and over time you're gonna add more and more things anyway that you need for the basic things. Like you need to make moss for something. So, okay, make a big moss farm, bring it in here to supplement where we make already moss, and then you already have one dependency for rauks, for example. and then you add the native flora, and boom, you can make routes on the rail network and replace your routes in the base, stuff like that. Yeah, I think that's the way to do it, without being super overwhelming to begin with. You could also just really replace everything, like say this is your starter base, and just use it to build the buildings and the rails and stuff like that for you to literally rebuild everything on the train network. That's viable too, but you know, you rebuild a lot of things without making any progress, so it is rough on the motivation, I would say. All right, we need fish eggs and seaweed. So let's bring that in. There we go. Seaweed is here. And you need to go underground as well. Yeah, exactly. That's a good approach to start with, for sure. All right, what am I missing down here? Fish eggs. They were like really far up, I think. Yeah, they're here. Good, let the journey begin. Yeah, I mean, I still have to figure out how I'm gonna do it myself. So, you know, I'm soon gonna get to it. You know, if you stay up to date, I'm sure you're gonna, if you follow along with the streams, you'll see how I will end up doing it. I don't know yet. We'll have to see and feel it out, how I'm gonna go onto rails. But my plan is to slowly transition, slowly replace, like whenever something needs scaling, I plan on putting that on trains. Whenever something new is built, I see if I want to put that on trains, you know, stuff like that. But mostly I'm waiting for the elevated rails so I can use my blueprint that I want to use for rails. And I want to have a two-headed train setup, and that works nicely with elevated rails. I have a nice blueprint for that. And I kind of want to just start off the base consistently instead of having to redo it like after I made my initial ones. Good, you need wood and moondrops. For moondrops, I just have a box where I brought a bunch of moondrops. Now that must be enough. And then wood we have here, so I bring that over. Just from here. No, I have spoilage off. I will play with spoilage when space exploration, high space exploration comes out. So it had a little bit more time to cook, but yeah, I mean, spoilage is rough, what I've heard, with like incubated petri dishes have a 45-second lifespan, and I just scaled my incubated petri dishes up, and that would not be possible with spoilage, because by the time they got up the belt here, they would already be spoiled. So yeah, I don't have it on. You would have to make stuff much more localized, and I'm right now not doing that. Good, so you're just waiting for fish eggs, which are hopefully coming soon. There they are. And then we finally get started with the first breeding of Cottonguts. It's gonna take a while. Yeah, that's the other thing where I was like, it needs a lot more mental effort to deal with that. And I'm not sure if I want to deal with that. I just want to focus on having fun, and spoilage seemed like quite a bit of extra for not that much more fun. So we have, yeah, we're started. Perfect. Hear them snicker. Some more wood. There's some more everything else. Here for leisure seeds. Do I have starch? I should have gotten rid of all the starch. Don't have biomass, but we're out of Relesia seeds anyway. So Relesia right now is our little bottleneck, and there was another. Oh, yeah, that is starch. We need starch here, but we made a bunch of food, so that's good. That's gonna take a while. In that meantime, we're gonna go back and find our sap trees and add them as modules to our latex sap farm, even though we don't need as much sap because we don't have enough formic acid to even do the 1 per second. And again, rubber is very starved. Like, I don't see a single latex slab coming through. Science is eating up a lot of it, of course. But the formic acid would have to be scaled up tremendously to make this work. How much? Yeah, we're making a lot of science, so that's good. Even though that the Raux update still takes like 4 hours because I need more labs to make it faster. Is this where I'm making it? Nope. It's further down where we make the modules. There they are. We have 116, very nice, and we're making more. I don't think it's meant. I don't think I even need that many. All right, down here we go. Are we still making latex? Only one machine is running. Is it really because the Raux stuff is so low? Like, we're really low. Yeah, and as I figured, the saps are not the issue. Oh, one more needs modules. All right, we still got 92 left. And this build is complete. Now we would have to scale Raux quite a bit to get more out of it. Yeah, I didn't need that sap line at all. It's just sitting here unused because we're making sap locally. Let's bring them back, the ones I didn't use. So they're in the central place and not in my inventory. Oh, I got so much stone. You have to like clean up our inventory as well a bit. Yeah, we don't need that. Get rid of the raw coal, the sap, the latex, this. I don't need ceramic. Yeah, let's keep the logs, because some things need wood and logs to craft. The rest looks good. While we're here, let's get more inserters. Underground belts. We need more power poles, and then, as usual, pipes. Underground pipes, yeah, we can get 2 more. And then power poles. And then let's check on our Cottonguts again. And then work on the actual breeding of the Cottonguts instead of the studs, which are the modules. And we can start building that, and you know, these gonna go in parallel. The module's gonna go to the stud breeding first, and then we go over once we have enough to the Cottongut breeding. Our Augs doing their thing. How full is this one? Pretty full. So yeah, worker food would be a viable way to get rid of a lot of that stuff. So we could consider that. How you looking? You're still doing 98%. Good. And then we put one in here. Oh, you need wood. There you go. And then these are breeding. It only needs one to get one stud. And this needs two. Okay, the studs we need to get out and put back in. Okay, the stud pups we don't want to have. These go in here. And the Cottongut studs. Yeah, we just make this Cottongut stud only. Then we go here to here. And then you stay in the output. So we got both Cottongut studs back, which is nice. And we do this as backwards. So once we get Cottongut studs, we input them here. And we should put a box in between here. Cottongut studs. Here we have Cottonguts that come back. So they should accumulate at some point here. And then we add them as modules in here. And then that should, yeah, this is going very slow. But we can leave it alone if we take one of these and put them as modules here. One of them should be brought over and then eventually they're gonna breed more Cottonguts. Wow, they used a lot of Moondrop already. How much is that? 3 Moondrop per? Didn't I bring much more than this? It's crazy. Let's bring more Moondrops. And I scaled down the logistics science from 1 per second to I think 0.3 per second, which is more realistic that we can actually do that. So we don't need like massive scale everything. And that makes the building count more realistic. So where do we have Moondrops? Pretty early on, I think. Very early on. Here they are. And we can take the excess here and put them in as food. Yeah, it was only like a few. And we have Cottongut stud pups in our inventory. We have to check that we put the right ones in the box. So the breeding actually works. Yeah, the base is getting longer and longer. The walk paths get longer and longer, and I think running is as fast as driving. So at this point we might even have to put a little personal train network there, a little shuttle train. Right, you take Cottongut stud pups and we have Cottongut stud pups. Yeah, those go in here. And then Cottongut pups go in here. And then Cottongut studs go in here, which fill this up again. And then Cottongut studs that are left over here get put in the box and immediately fed back. So 2 places where Cottongut studs could accumulate, and they should. And then we move this over so you have food again. There we go. All right. This is Cottonguts, their initial breeding. And next up is Cottongut studs, the initial breeding. Next up is Cottonguts themselves. And we don't need to clean up all this forest down here. because we're going to be building over it. Oh, we're out of nanobots. Well, I think it's worth building more. Modules for latex sap is done. The other things are right now more optional. We can look at scaling Raux while we wait for Cottonguts to start up. I still kind of want to do the Cottongut build so we can get started with that. The most important is the breeding of the stud pups. And hopefully we have enough food and starch and stuff like that to actually get through there at a reasonable pace. Yeah, they take forever. So our first Cottongut studs that are over, we should put in here. And actually, we should put this one in here so this goes faster. Speed plus 100%, so yeah, that makes it faster. And this should still make 3 Cottongut studs. They can be fed in here. And then 1 we can put into here. Well, into here really to make that faster. Good. With Cottonguts done, I'm going to take another quick break before we go into Cottonguts. With Cottongut studs done, we go into proper Cottonguts. I'm going to grab some water and I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Be right back. Don't go anywhere. And I am back. All right, how are we looking with you? You are very slow. Yeah. You should get 2 more, right? 3 more so you can use the other module. Good. Now, we're gonna look at Cottonguts themselves. And we're gonna look at YAFC, and I think I already did. I did Cottonguts studs. Fiberboard, we did. Latex, we completed. Starch, we did. Cottonguts studs, yeah, I say we need 5 Petroleum labs to breed them. So I don't even have enough modules for that. I think we just, like for 1 we can feed 5 of these, but I think I just need to fill these up with modules to make it go faster. And then this one, before we do anything at scale. We will continue making them afterwards, but yeah, let's look at incubated petri dishes we have done. White coke power, Relegia, we are done. You know, we might have to scale that a lot. We make 0.73 per second, but the starch thing needs 5 per second. So yeah, we would have to scale Relegia a lot. And moss, I think we did as well. All right, let's do Cottonguts. Let's save real quick. To make Cottonguts themselves at 1 per second, we need 0.76 Moondrop. And we add Cottongut studs in here. We need 25 Petroleum labs. And to get Cottongut pups, we need... Wow, we need a lot. We need 50 Petroleum labs and 5 reproductive complexes. So the ratio is about 1 to 10. So we can start with 0.1, actually 0.2 maybe. There we go. Pretty much 1 to 11 actually. And to make enough moondrops for just that, we need 14 moondrop greenhouses. And then if we calculate the seeds as well, we need 21. Relegia seeds, we already need 0.75 just for this. And tree seeds isn't really a big deal. We can make that. Probably even in... We can probably use these tree seeds here, to be honest. This should be making enough. Yeah, we can output them down and bring that as tree seeds over, or we would just do it from scratch. It's trivial amount of work. But yeah, is this everything we need? We bring in Relegia seeds, we make the moondrops on site with 22 moondrop greenhouses and 1 botanical nursery, and then have 1 reproductive complex and 10 Petroleum labs to make our 0.23 Cottonguts per second. I think that's a plan. I think we start with the moondrop greenhouses and start planning on these. And can we make any? That's the first question. No, we need iron and glass. Well, we have the glass for now, but we're gonna be out of the glass real quick and we need a lot of iron, so let's go back. Refill on glass as well as iron and start making the moon drop greenhouses. And then start with that on the side and make it so it's scalable downwards. So if we want to scale to like 2 reproductive complexes, I mean, we need to literally add 14 more greenhouses. And we should keep space for maybe another botanical nursery so we can quadruple it. this one, yeah, a few of them accumulated. We can steal these. Now as modules. Actually, we have more methane being produced down here. Somewhere, I think. Yeah, we can steal those as modules as well to get the new ones up and running faster. There we go. And given the belt is full on seeds, they're not gonna miss them. There we go. Good, that's 216 moondrops that we can put into, I mean, they take 20, I think, so that's not even enough, but we can kickstart it that way. All right, we need iron. And we're gonna get glass. So we can make 5. We need more iron. Grab that from the belt. We're at 8. And we need 22. Yeah, that was all the glass we had in that chest. We need a lot of glass. So, yeah. And a lot of iron. Thank God our production is now 15 a second. Even more than 15 a second, we just prioritize the 15 a second production. And yeah, so much iron plate. We just can't stand here to make 20 of them. Yeah, we need, oh, we're out of small parts. That's no good. We're not gonna make small parts ourselves. Takes forever. Let's make 6. So it gets us to 15. So we still need another 7. And we just need iron. Five more. And we need glass for that. Picked up on the way back. 4, 5, hopefully. Yeah, so that's all the moondrop greenhouses we need. And we can go back and start building those out. We need water as well. Do we need stone? Yeah. Let's build one of this while we're on the way. Our small parts are looking kind of small, so we should have refilled that one, but oh well. We also have almost no iron again. Yeah, a personal train going between here would be great. With all that running that I'm doing. I like a stop where we have all of our basic ingredients. Again, like somewhere up here. Right, how we're looking. 2 studs, none in here, they're all used, nothing in the chests. And we're slowly getting there. Now, let's start the moondrop greenhouses here. Oh, we need also 2 botanical nurseries where we need planter boxes for. Well, we plant for them in ghost form. I'm gonna put 2 down. And then these. Like this. And they only need water, right? Water and seeds. Thanks, Sabi. It's a Monster Cat. New releases. So we output the moondrops here. We add water and we distribute the seeds down. We can do the seeds in the middle too. Why would we not do that? Let's go over here. We output with a long inserter. And here the seeds come down with the long hand inserter. And you do this to get the seeds. And we just have water. We do water on the outside. And of course we are out of straight pipes, as we usually are. All right. Checked on the music. We could put down the modules, but let's do finish it first. So these take them, make seeds out of them, and as long-handed inserters, I'll put them back, and one on the inside. Copy that up here. There we go. Good, I just need to make these. I need planter boxes for these. And yeah, there's nothing down here. Bitumen seep would be nice, but we missed that one. Niobium. Yeah, we can scale down here quite a bit. And the iron rock doesn't really bother us because that technology is far, far away. All right. Do we have everything? We need the water well. And that should span across. Yeah, that reaches. Very good. And remove this, and then we can copy this down. All right, how many do we need? I think I said 22. We have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22. And we cut this, and we cut this. Yep, build all of them. It's a tree in the way. Oh, we first need to... We have 24 left. We put that into seeds. Do we really have no pipes left? No, we do. Inserters? No inserters. Yikes. And then electricity. Okay, great. We can throw all of this here away. Yeah, the dragging, I don't know. It sucks that when you hold shift that it places like 500 down instead of just doing the same thing when you don't press shift and ignore the trees. Oh well. I let it do this as well. Come on. Quickly now. There we go. And finish up this mess here. Yeah, they're pretty slow in searching for stuff. Still faster than the robots we can afford right now. Or that we have available right now. Why did it still do that? I guess I didn't delete them originally. There we go. That should have fixed it. This one's broken too. Does everything now have water? You have water. You have water. Works, works, works. Perfect. There we go. Good. Some of them need electricity. So we do that, all 4 of them. We put another power pole there. Good. Now I need to make 2 botanical nurseries. We have planter boxes on the left. And no, don't put down all those belts. Too late. Rip my nanobots. And once we have those 2 botanical nurseries down, we can build 1 reproductive complex because those need a ton of stuff. They need glass and stone bricks. While we're already here, we grab those. More module, but yeah, we'll make modules by ourselves. I just need to make the botanical nursery. Speaking of inserters, topped it up to 50, a few more belts. Yeah, normal pipe, always useful. Oh, I already made a reproductive complex and 5 prandium labs, and we need 11 prandium labs. Oh, yeah, we'll work on that later. First, I need my planter boxes, which are here, I think. Oh my god, let me go over here. And what else are you missing that you don't let me build it? Iron. So we need 20 planter boxes, we have 70, should be enough. And when is iron not missing? That's the question. Still we need stone. Need more small parts. Do we have air conductors? I don't think so. Oh no, we did. We can 1 and we're out of glass. Where's our glass? Here's our glass. Thank God it refilled quickly. 2 of them. Planter boxes go in a box then. We don't need that many. 200 should suffice. And then let's grab more iron again. Good, back we go. Our tin is still not very good, but as long as we get enough for the cotton gut food, I mean, we're good. And that's just the initial breeding phase. Yeah, formic acid is still lacking heavily. Did we at least make some more lab equipment so we can make more cDNA and everything? Yeah, it looks very dire. We have lab equipment here, not here, plasmids. Did we make a bunch of plasmids already? Not really, that was not many. I mean, not enough for science for sure. So that is maybe one of the things we need to scale the first Rauks and add a ton more of them. Just extend what we have right now. So we get more formic acid, so we get more latex, so we can do more science. There we go. And you start with these 24. And this is the output of our moondrops. And I guess we're just going to use these modules so it goes faster. There's still 2 pups in here and another 8 available. Yeah, we're just going to fill this one up first with modules. It just takes a while. You need electricity, that makes sense. Good, let's fill the rest out with modules. We got pretty far. Oh, we made it and we have 50 left. Perfect. We have 100 left. 101. So let's go. Everything is working properly. Where's the box? Let's put the moondrops in here. Yeah, we just need to breed the studs up till this one at least is filled. This one doesn't need to be filled. We get some cotton gut pups, which helps us to spin up the actual cotton gut. And then this is the moondrop set up for the cotton guts. Now, if you look back at YAFC, we need 1 reproductive complex and 11 prandium labs. And they both need relegias and water, so that's going to be in the middle. Water barrels. Relegia seeds and moondrop and water barrels. So we'll see how we do that. Start with a prandium lab. We can actually plan that in here as well. Prandium lab for the reproductive complex for cotton guts, and we take cotton guts and make more cotton gut pups. And then the prandium lab, we make cotton gut pups into cotton gut, right? Yep. So you need relegia seeds and water barrel. You need relegia seeds and water barrel. You need moondrop too. You need moondrop as well. So moondrop and relegia seeds can be on one belt. So that is moondrop from the side. That is Ralegia seeds, that was it. So they come from one side, then they both need water barrels as well, and you need tree seeds. So water barrel and tree seed should go on the... Actually, we can have a rotating water barrel one again. So water barrel goes here. Nope, here. Water barrel. You have an inserter here, a long-handed inserter here. What are you missing? Cottonguts. We can do those on the outside. Actually, we could do the barrels on the outside as well, if we don't back them up. Yeah, it's probably better. This. Actually, we're gonna have a empty barrel that comes out here. And we have a barreling machine. This takes the empty barrels, needs power, and fills them with water. Take one of these. It's a bit in the way. Let's do this. And we take the magic transformer to give it power. Now we output the barrels here. On the inside. And then we're going to bring it back on the outside here. So that's our full barrel belt. Your output is, well, you still need cotton gut as an input. Let's move you over. So you have that as input. You get barrels on the other side as input. Just gonna complete that real quick. All right, here's your barrels. Now you need cotton gut pups as input, which are your output. So I want to do the outputs on the outside here. And so we might move this out by one. So that's a long-handed inserter. This is for barrels, and then this can be for the cotton guts. And we do the same here. You have this one further out for the barrels. And then here we have the output of, the input of Cottongut pups. So we could let the pups just run down here and they grab them and they accumulate at the bottom, which is fine, I think. So we output them here, and first put some Cottongut studs in here, and then as well here, so we can actually do something. This is still not powered. Do this. All right. Cottongut pups. We have Cottongut pups. So we put like 100 in here. Sure. Now we still need tree seeds. So this is the input for Cottongut pups here. And unique Cottonguts, which comes out here. All right, we have barrels as well. So do we just Cottonguts here? This is both of them. We move empty barrels. Empty barrels to the right. And then the Cottonguts. Make it to here. Obviously for now we remove this and only make it go that far. All right, Cottongut's gonna come in here. We have Relesia, Moondrop, and water barrels. Cool. You get rid of your Cottonguts here. You still need to get rid of your water barrels somewhere. Yeah, we can do that here. And this is just water barrels. We output that here. And we filter this. Obviously this one wouldn't be there, right? We have to input some amount of water barrels that they're well distributed. And having them go around in the circle means we don't have to have that many, that it literally stacks all the way up here, or stacks all the way in here on both sides, which makes us have to use less water barrels. Now, you're missing tree seeds, which we can provide on either on the inside or outside here. Let's provide it on the outside here. And how many do we need? We need one burn assembly machine to deal with that. So let's add that. Where is it? Here. You will output seeds. .8, so we need 2 of you for this. Put it on both sides. I mean, it's a waste to put it on both sides, really. Let's leave it on one side. Because once it backs up, it's full, right? There's no need to overfill it. And then we move this up here because obviously they're gonna come here from the outside. And here we have wood. How much do we need? 1 per second, so that's 2 of them. That makes wood seeds. This is coke coming in. And right, what I wanted to do is for this burn a column that we have somewhere here. Is it here? Yeah, I want to make sure that this one is output priority left. So we only want to burn this if it's full, right? So otherwise you don't get any of our precious coke, because coke is much more important to be actually coming back there instead of being burned for like non-useful energy, like energy we don't need. Okay, that looks good. Let's delete that. Let's copy this here. We still need an underground for that. Get the tree seeds. And then we can copy that 5 times. Two, no more. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11 times. So 10, 11. Wait, what is in this one? Okay, we need a long-handed inserter here as well. Good. Now power, you don't reach. Of course you don't reach. So they're all powered. We're gonna make this straight down here and go up. And you're working, let's say you produce some cotton gut. Right, you have 100 cotton gut in here. Where do we output them? Here, this is an output, right? So you're outputting cotton gut and barrels. Barrels go up here, cotton guts go over here and are added into this. Your barrels are thrown out here. Your cotton gut pups come in here. Yeah, 85 hours. Not quite, but that's fine. This doesn't count, but we're not far away. Like if I have it planned here, we're like a couple minutes away from actually doing it. All right, is this everything we want it to be? Release seeds and moondrops are gonna come in from the outside. Wood is gonna come in from the outside. Coke is coming from the outside. Ash. Do we finally start an ash belt that goes back? We could start an ash processing place and have like 2 ash belts that we put stuff on. And do that here for, I mean, it's such minimal output. Let's see, do we we have an ash belt here. So we're just gonna keep it. And ash goes to the left somewhere here. This is ash. Good, all of these should be working. This is working, this is making its thing. Yeah, these are waiting for the youngins. Barrels are working, empty barrels. Your empty barrels are going here. Looks good to me. Let's ship it. I'm gonna copy it with these things so I know where what goes. And this looks good, everything got copied. So it's like it won't copy it if it's in the... So if you paste something and put something down a blueprint and it's in the fog of war, right, where your radar or you are uncovering it, it will put it down, but it won't mark these trees for deconstruction. It will just leave holes in there. But it's important that you uncover everything and then only put it down. Otherwise, you just have holes in your build, which is very annoying. So we're gonna start on top here. So this is the moon drops. And why are you not working? Or how many seats do we have? Yeah, we need a new radar down here. Just for everything down here so I can see. And we have power close anyway. Damn it. There we go. All right, we're gonna start from the top, but still kill all trees that are around here not marked for deconstruction. And this is Religious Seeds. This is wood and this is coke. Let's first do the connections. So Religious Seeds comes in from here. And we should put down the remaining asphalt. As much as I have. So these are Religious Seeds. I don't really know where they are. They should be pretty high up, right? Starch here, Religious Seeds. So yeah, pretty far up. There we go. Oh, there's marsh, I see. Yeah, we don't like marsh. There you go. We need some splitters. And bring the Religious Seeds back and have even fewer Religious Seeds. Yeah, I already see we need to scale Religious quite a bit. And I think their buildings were pretty expensive. And I was like scaling them already to build all the buildings yesterday. And turns out that's not going to be enough, anywhere near enough. So yay. We have to triple it probably, if not more. I mean, the starch, the starch consumption is only temporary because we only make so much cotton gut food. Speaking of, do we have more modules? I think we do. One more module here, and we take these 4 and put them in here as well. So that goes faster, because here are like 12 cotton gut stud pups that need to be converted into cotton gut studs. So later down the road, I think we can just let it run at this pace. Now we probably should speed it up, or it's going to take forever. So let's plan this. What goes here? The cotton gut studs. They go out. Let's leave some space in here. Did I make 11 labs? No, just 5. So yeah, get your wood. Food and moondrop. Food and moondrop. Gonna stop that here so we waste as little as possible. Then we're gonna output cotton guts, or cotton gut studs. And we're gonna make that over here. And you input from here. And then the cotton gut stud pups. Put on this belt here. Put one here as well. You need power. So we can scale that later down the road to make more of them faster. There's 2 in here. We're gonna put them in as modules so this goes faster. Yeah, you already have 2 left. We output them here, they come in here. What's not used, we just put in as modules. And these are put onto the belt for these 2 to be used. Wood is here. It's a belt we can use. Food is here. Moondrops, yeah, at some point they're gonna come. And that should scale the cotton gut stud production. Now let's go back to our initial setup here. Do we have one of these? No, let's make one. I need a barreling machine. Yeah, let's remove these. Well, the Nanobot's gonna freak out again because I don't have the modules, God knows. Yet available. And we should just start with like one of each because we can't man them otherwise anyway. I mean, we don't need the Cottonguts right away, right? That's science going forward. And we have other things to do with science before we actually can make it. So Cottonguts aren't immediately required. We can do the whole build. Why are you freaking out? We can do the whole build, but we won't... Oh, what a pain to remove all of these. Don't have a module inserter. There we go, I can remove them that way. There we go, much better. Thought like, what is this MI here? Does it something? And then I remembered, yeah, it should do something. So this is coke, this is wood. Relesia, moondrops. We need barrels. Make a bunch of barrels. Yeah, we don't need to build much more. This is wood. No, stop that. Where's wood? Up here. Let's do half a belt. We're not going to use a full belt here anyway, so stop wasting that space. Are we really out of belt? So close to the goal. There we go. And we need coke, which is here. Right, we were out. Remember that. While I get some more belts. And underground belts. Yeah, the plastic belt, the rubber belt based production is looking extremely dire. So we need to scale Raux desperately. It's kind of sad because I didn't want to have to scale them a lot until later. What is that coke? We only need one of this. Like one side of this. All right, coke is here. Ash we need to figure out. This is the ash belt. So we need to kind of finagle it above here, which is fine. We hide it. There we go. We should make a proper ash belt that, you know, another ash processing station here, and then we have all ash that goes onto the bus, how it's supposed to be. But we have all ingredients, right? Moondrops are missing for obvious reasons. These are just still working. Cottongut pups we can put in here. Water barrels because we haven't made barrels yet. Yeah, I think we need to make these 365. I don't think that's too many. And we put a box there with all the barrels. Didn't we hook up this? The power doesn't go all the way down, potentially. And yeah, I'm just gonna build the entire thing, even though the Relesia is not gonna be happy. Can you build these specifically? Thank you. Only 38 nanobot containers left, so not too much. There we go, and the Cottongut build is coming together. All right, now the radar should work. Yep. Actually, we have no seats. Did I put them on the wrong side? Oh, I understand. I was confused for a second, and then I was like, I understand. I understand what you're trying to tell me. I forgot the random output of moon drop when you get the seeds. So what we do for this is do output priority right, filter by moon drop, left. Input priority left. There we go. That should work. Oh, those are so many. Let's put them all here. Actually, let's put them over there after the splitter. Yeah, a lot of them should make it through now. All right, I got rid of all of them. Perfect. So now these are filtered and brought back, and all of these should be able to work. Not be stuck with actual moondrops being stuck on the belt. Yeah, that's why these are not working. Now, do we have any more modules? aka Cottongut studs. 3. Very good. Because we have tons of the Cottongut stud pups. It just takes forever. We can say only output it here if Cottongut stud pup is greater than 4. So the first one gets priority with grabbing them because it's much faster. Cool, yeah, we're getting more and more Cottongut studs. Making progress. Don't do that. Get more barrels. Yeah, you're missing the modules. You have pups? No, I can put the Cottongut pups in the first one. to kickstart the entire thing. I mean, we could take one out of here and start making Cottonguts, but it's probably more important to make the modules. But, you know, might as well get it started. And then 10 Cottongut pups. Should keep you busy for a while. More barrels. And the scale of barrels coming in shouldn't be so high that 2 of these inserters can't manage it. All right, Cottonguts. Huge that we got to this. Yeah, this belt filling up will take a while. Cottongut studs being made will take a while. But the build should be complete. We built more Prandium labs. Once we get to it, we want to put down all the belts now. There we go. Make sure everything is set up. Yeah, let's finish everything down here. So next time I just have to run down and put down the buildings. Yeah, come. Oh, you're out of these. Well, then our 20 real ones can come in action. You're actually pretty fast, just slow moving. All right. Oh, that's why they don't have barrels, because this hasn't been done yet. Good. Yeah, we may need more barrels. I have 42 more. I have a feeling we need more and more. Oh, there's still a bunch of them. Turn off. There's still a bunch of them here, so yeah, these 350 might be good. All right, this is Cottonguts. I'm excited. Do we have more modules? Yep. 2 more modules here. Because we generally have like... Wait, we have no studs? Here's 12 of them. How about that? So you're gonna be working for a while. Yeah, and this shouldn't take them out until there's 4 in there. And you're just dead slow. Eventually you're gonna get faster as well. Yeah, we still need another 6. Good. Cottonguts should be done. We can say, well, we leave the Cottonguts here, so the ratio is 1:11, which is crazy. We might have to scale Relesia seats right now. Because I already know Relesias will not be enough. The buildings are really expensive though. So let's see, we need treated wood and soil and glass, I assume. Yep. So let's collect all the ingredients. I haven't put down lamps forever, except like these 3 random lighted poles that I made. Speaking of power poles, let's pick up more power poles. I have random logs on me, ash. I have moondrop seeds on me. Damn it. Oh well. Let's scale Relesia. What do we need to do to scale them? Did we do is this the ratio for like one full thing? I don't know if they did that in... No, it's not. It's one botanical nursery. So we only need one electrolyzer, but we need to scale this. Sadly. I mean, there's a lot of Relisias here that don't get processed. Are we sure one of them is enough? Did I not put in modules? No, I put in modules. And 11.3, and how many are these? 12, yeah. It shouldn't be... Oh, yeah, it's not backing up that much. But this is kind of a column of Relisias that works, so we could take the entire thing and copy it, like, down here 2 more times. What do they need as input? Nothing. They're self-sufficient. Yeah, they just need water. Where do I get the water from? Oh, all the way at the bottom. Yeah. So let's try to build a few more. Deep water wells. We need one. We can pick up more stone while we're up here as well as a contingency stone because we need it so often for building stuff. We'll throw that in here. Let me leave them here. Now we want to get rid of the trees. I don't know if we need logs. We need a lot of underground for sure. Need these. We can take the inserters. They're going to be used for sure. Some belt. Some more underground. All right, we need glass. A lot of it. Now, how are we looking with Relisia? We need soil and treated wood. I had like a container with treated wood where I stored that. There it is. That's 400 treated wood. We also should refill our nanobots. Then off to the soil boxes. That's 2. We need simple circuit boards and more glass. Oh, it's so expensive. Especially in glass and simple circuit boards. Thank God we're making a decent amount of glass, but you're stopped because of why? Not enough glass? Not enough hot air. Again. Coke oven gas out? Yeah, coke oven gas is out. But yeah, it's not awful, I think. We're still producing enough glass. I mean, the most use of glass is me personally crafting like these Relisia plantations and stuff like that. Let's grab more glass. And simple circuit boards, got it. Yeah, these are pretty expensive. Ideally, I would love to automate them, but it's so much work, it's not worth it. One more. We need copper for lamps. I'm gonna put down the blueprint for 2 more. And then not focus on making them now. But it's gonna take a while. Duralumin. Let's get glass, duralumin, and then let's walk over and put the blueprints down. Yeah, it's 100 glass per. It's ridiculous. Yeah, it's bring that many. Still have copper. Let's get duralumin and fill our stockpile. Duralumin scale now is pretty nice. We only can make 2 again because we're out of soil, but oh well. Let's go over there and stamp it down, I guess, 2 more times. And put a radar down first. Because we're not reaching the bottom of it, sadly. Go over there. Or across. Alright, Orlesias. Oh, I built the ash really close to it. Yeah, that's fine. And we're gonna put our radar all the way down here. Where is it? Oh, I don't have it yet. Right. Kill all them trees. Now put the radar down. And now we can see. Very good. Let's get rid of all this first here. Because we're gonna run into it with our Orlesia plans. I'm scaling them. Oh, so many trees. And so many simple circuit boards that got thrown at them. There we go. All right, looking better. Now, let's copy this entire thing. And put it down. Two more times. And let's start at the top left. And turn on the bots, so it puts these down first. And we grab some modules before the nanobots freak out again constantly. Only 100. No, we don't need that many for these. Do we still have some? We have one more. And you put this one down. There we go. These I think are all. We need to build an electrolyzer. Another one of these, how they call botanical nurseries, which we can't build. Of course not, we need planter boxes for them. We're missing splitters. One of these, we can't build anything. What are we short on? Steel and iron and this. All right. Let's put down as much as we can. Can I build an exhaust pipe? Yeah. So let's build 2 of these. There we go. There's still some blue ones here. Why don't you want to fill them? All right, these, we only need 1 of these. There we go. Water is in. Is this site complete? Oh, you're missing power. I was like, how are you missing power if the other one isn't missing power? But yeah, you weren't connected to any power. There we go. You have power. Now, what do you need? Seeds, soil, yeah. We need to get a botanical nursery, electrolyzer, and a soil extractor. So for the botanical nursery, we need to get the planter boxes again. We have a little bit of soil. No, stop that. I mean, slowly but surely, the entire bus will get filled out with me accidentally not deactivating nanobots when I walk to the main bus. So there's that. All right, we're almost back. To the planter boxes we go. What else do we need? We could use, this is fine, inserters. Yeah, we take a stack of 50 if we would have that. We don't have that many. Undergrounds were good, belts, take a few. Now, planter boxes. I made a box for the planter boxes. Where it is, here. Where is it? I can't because I miss iron and steel. Iron and steel. So we need 2 of these. Perfect. We need electrolyzer, needs stone, which is fine. We need 2 electrolyzers and then soil extractors, which need iron. We need small parts? Probably. Oh yeah, all of that needs a ton of small parts. So what we're saying is... Do you build one already? Yeah, so build 1 more. Build 2 electrolyzers. Build 2 soil extractors. Anything else? Don't think so. Well, except the Religio plantations themselves. Okay, make more of these. We need soil. Okay, that's the least of our problems. We can make 1. Okay, we're out of treated wood. We can fix that as well. We already built a few, so it's not like we're completely 0 for these. Simple circuit boards. Oh, I go through so many simple circuit boards, it's ridiculous. My poor production. Yeah, we only made 83 in that time. And we need glass. Where's glass? Oh. Yeah, glass production is not keeping up with how much I'm taking out of it. One iron. More glass. Yeah, these are extremely expensive on glass. Good that I had like a belt full of stuff, but otherwise I couldn't afford making them. I'm missing copper. I'm missing simple circuit boards again. Yeah, that's all we can make right now. But that should be a good stopgap, at least for now. Anything else? We can get rid of a bunch of garbage we have in our inventory. How are these looking, by the way? Where's the full one? Put these 6 in here and put these 6 in here. Those 2 empty ones we put in here. Perfect. Yeah, they last for a while. Oh yeah, get rid of trash. I keep the planter boxes on me. I put that in where it belongs. Need this. Bit of stone, coke. So much stuff in my inventory. We even have the 6 rails from when I deconstructed it. Treated wood, we put these back in here. And back we go to build more of Orlesia plantations. And you know, that's gonna help a bit nonetheless. We even have more fish eggs now, which is great. We're still not slaughtering fish anymore, which is crazy. I guess the fish eggs shouldn't make such a difference. I mean, it never stops, right? They keep consuming the fish eggs non-stop, so that could be that means we don't have enough fish to actually slaughter. There we go. I'm gonna turn them off. Because I want this one to be fully filled up before the other side is touched. Oh, we're running out of Orlesias as modules. But we have plenty more here. We have still 3 more plantations. Oh, we can actually put the first one down over there. Nice. Yeah, put it down. There we go. And then, yeah, these go here, here, and then here. We kind of want to snake it through here. There we go. That should work. Now we can add a few more so we get a few more seeds right off the get-go. Yeah, 17, so yeah, this should be going. Let's make sure the infrastructure for the first one is done at least. While I do the belts, you can do all the underground pipes. That would be great. All that teamwork, if it works. Yep, looks like it worked. Okay, you're not working because you don't have Orlesia seeds. Really didn't make enough? No, I guess it needs a bit more. I don't want to take out the modules. Yeah, I guess we need more seeds. Let me just steal some seeds here. That's easier. Kickstart this one. There you go. Yeah, the problem is the seed's gonna go all the way to the bottom. So I need to kind of snip it off here. Or it's gonna starve. It's fine here because it's built all the way to the end. But here we kind of gotta snip it off. There we go. Good. Now Religio scaled. I mean, it's at least doubled, which is a good start. Let's look at our Cottongut stud modules. We have some, very good. 3 here. Probably another 5 in here, there we go. We're getting there. Faster and faster. There's always 4 in here for this one, and the rest gets put on the belt, which is fine. So this one's gonna get faster now. This one's actually full, perfect. And there's another 4 in here. Oh, there's more up here. Yeah, there's lots of them here. Another one waiting. You have another 4 in here. There we go. Almost full this one. And you know, there's plenty of pups to replenish the 2 that need to go in here. I think we're still bottlenecked by these here. It's 1:5 ratio something, so with the next ones we can actually put modules into this one and make that a little faster, but so far, you know, these are still backing up. Let's take maybe 5 and put them in here. There we go. All right, more waiting for these. We have 1 in here, and these are you're not working because you missed Cottonguts, yeah. And you are working, almost done producing Cottonguts. They should go over here, and you should have more. Obviously, there's only 1 working. It wouldn't go far. The belts are there. Is there anything that's stuck at the bottom? No, thankfully not. Very good. All right, we're done with Cottongut. Next stop is logistics science, really. And let's look at Yaft, logistics science. We have Cottonguts. The first thing we can make is solidified sarcoas, which is basic substrate, native flora, plasmids we have, but very little. Depolymerized organics is just liquid manure and subcritical water, which needs biomass. And make biomass from compost guts, I guess. It doesn't need much. No, I think we just compost wood. Because it's so little, it doesn't matter. And yeah. We can scale this to like 1 heat exchanger. So double that. Yeah, still just 1 reformer, 1 composter, and 1 heat exchanger will give us 0.38. And then Cottonguts, we need 0.078 per second. I don't know what we scaled this to. 0.23 per second, and science needs 0.078, so we should be good on this side. This needs urea. I removed that because we have that as just product. Bone meal we need to make. We can make that with bones and steam. 2.3 is negligible. Poor alien sample, Relesia seeds, bone meal, incubated petri dish, native flora, and urea. We can make that. Ground sample is just rich clay and soil. We can make that. Solidified sarcose, basic substrate, native flora, plasmids, depolymerized organics, and cotton gut. We can make that now. And the last part was animal sample, which is just plasmids plus everything from the animals. And blood is on the main bus. Everything else, we kind of would. Here's the question now: do I put everything onto the bus? Like all the animal stuff, do I put it onto the bus, or do I use caravans for that? And that's the question. I would have to sort it on every output and then make the caravans deliver it. However, when I put it on the bus, it's just sitting on the belt and it's not really any different anyway, whether it's there or we use caravans. I still have a bunch of caravans. How many do I have? I need like 6 or something to do this. And I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we could do that with caravans, like 1 caravan per product, and it just go to their caravan destination, pick up all, let's say, the guts, go to the next one, pick up all the guts, go to the next one, pick up all the guts, and drop it off at the science. And we can also start composting them if they get too many. So we have like a central storage. I tried and it didn't let me do that. Let's check right now. Let's go to this one. Yeah, when I middle click, it doesn't do anything. And when I have an item, I don't know, in my hand, I can't middle click and it doesn't do anything. So I don't know, it doesn't work for me. Sadly. Oh yeah, an outpost. Yeah, I know that. So where do we have one? Here. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah. Yeah, we could use like an outpost for storing multiple, so I don't need multiple outposts. That's true. This one's still waiting for meat. 2 meat. It's lacking 2 meat. Yeah, here with the fish meat production, the fish egg production, I think we pretty much consume enough meat to never slaughter right now. But then again, I think I cleared the entire belt when we added the second one. And it's back up again, so maybe it's just going to take a while. But looking at its production rate, like it is using the fish pretty quickly for us to just make the fish eggs. But you know, worst case, it's going to fill up the belt here. And it's going to be on one side only anyway, and then now we get back to slaughtering. So, okay. We shall get those 2 meat. There we go. It didn't even pick up the 2 meat. It was like, whatever. I'm just gonna leave. We have a bunch of skin here, tons of guts. We have bones, guts, lard here. We need lard for that. Yeah, the augs have the most produced. We have like so much stuff from them here. And I only put meat in here, which I probably should change the inserters and have it mix completely. So each type is being brought in here. So yeah, I would wanted to use the caravans a bit more anyway. So I think that would be a good use case to use the caravans and have them load up. I could also just tell the caravans, like, load up everything you have, whatever is in there. I can filter the caravan, like I say, like 1 row is, or like, you know, a random mix, and it just picks up everything that's in there and then leaves and goes to my other caravan destination where we sort it, and then whatever's too much we compost and burn. We could do that as well. Because right now I'm just storing it and not doing anything with it, and there's no chance in hell we're going to use all of that for science, like anytime soon. So this might be all for... Yeah, they can handle a lot. It's like a full outpost inventory that they can handle, so that's great. So we might do caravans. I think let's do caravans for animal products. And then central animal processing. Well, central animal storage plus void into biomass. Cool, well, that is a project to go on. And that's probably the next thing I should work on. Caravans for the animal products, so we can get the animal samples and stuff like that done. Redo the existing caravan outpost so they have everything in the inventory. And go from there. But it's been 4 hours. We successfully got the Cottonguts up and running. We have our first ones actually making Cottonguts instead of Cottongut studs. So I think I'm gonna call it in a bit. And gonna go live later tonight again, where we can work through all of the caravan shenanigans. I think those are enough, and these now go over to... Oh yeah, okay. That's a good point. Like, I didn't look at atomizers that much. What can we do with it? Yeah, we can take make chlorine out of guts, tin ore out of meat. We're probably never going to use that. Probably never going to use this one. Lead ore from skin, keratin from bones, iron ore from fauge or blood. I don't think I'm ever going to do this. I'm probably going to compost everything and burn it in a biomass power plant. The excess, until I know, you know, what to do with, if there are better use cases for it. Because I don't see myself ever making keratin, lead, or geothermal water from chitin. Like, we're not going to have a lot of, so much chitin that it's worth running a turbine. Tin ore from meat. We don't have that much, too much meat. I'm gonna make worker food. I think that is something I should do, because that's gonna make the workers more productive, but it gets rid of stuff. Yeah. Oh, what do you use keratin for? Like, just as fuel? Or what did you do with the keratin? Because right now I don't really have a use for keratin. I just make shale oil out of it, and that gets converted into light oil, and I throw away the condensates and the heavy oil. What do you do with the keratin? And there we have the moondrops. And 5 more. There we go. Cottonguts are a-going. All right. I'm gonna be back later tonight when we set up the caravan and all the central animal processing and voiding and biomass power plant and stuff like that. Probably back in like 2 to 3 hours. Hope to see you all again. Thank you for watching. Thank you for chatting. Thank you for lurking. Thank you for being here. Hope to see you next time. Have a good rest of your day. Bye-bye.